I think, because this is an interesting point, because even to, like, a simple, maybe an idea to institutions where when people, like, for instance, funding for creative courses, it's very few and far between. But funding for everything else is always there. So I think maybe a focus on that as well should be a part and parcel of the solution. And back to the design competition, instead of actually saying people, no, give us your marks. Yes, your marks matter, but as a design competition, design something, the winners will get their first 2 years tuition paid. Then that's more of an incentive to actually, then it taps on your interest, and then also it solves the problem.
You speak, you mentioned problem solving through design. So I want to get like examples through your work. If you can share some examples of what problems you have solved in design.
A school in Kokstad, I think this is more on the sustainability front, where there's a comparison of what is a typical government school versus what is a typical private school, low-income school versus a private school. So the solution, the thing there was like, how do you basically create more comfort in the space using just passive and low-energy design strategies, for instance, where you don't have much money to put on an aircon and everything. So how do you actually, from a passive point of view, solve the problem? And then the outcome of that, to not be laborious about it, kids had a higher attendance to a conventional government school and the private school that is within the same area. They preferred being at school than being at home, because the school was much warmer in winter than actually being home. So I think understanding those little things about how to actually increase the value of people's lives in whatever way. Same thing in an interior space, for instance, like a second quick example. Had a client in Pretoria where they didn't understand how to, for instance, incorporate their family's heritage into their project. And now to solve that is like, how do you tell stories through actually design pieces? How do you commission pieces to actually tell those stories? Because people are normally, if you are call it inept in understanding, translating certain words to visual aesthetic, how do you actually interpret that? So now, telling those stories through furniture pieces, we had to design a nice armoire for the foyer, for instance, that actually encaptures their grandfather's stories, their grandmother's story into that thing. So understanding those nuances, it's a day-to-day thing, but it's understanding those nuances and how to incorporate them into your projects, and how to actually solve for those solutions.
Okay. Chrissa?
So I'm based in London, though a lot of my work brings me back home, and I'm surrounded by design which speaks to just being, and not that there's no value to it, but beautiful design, which is nice, which is great. But for me, I created my textile brand, Amwa Designs, on the premise of the power to be able to combine beautiful design with meaning, and meaning intended for our personal well-being. And I think we really take for granted, I don't think in a modern societies necessarily seek to nurture our personal well-being as a priority. So for me, that intention alone, that's what I built my design practice on. So that's what I've done. And with Africa by Design, the challenge or the solution that I looked to solve was the lack of exposure to African. I think South Africa actually has a very strong design identity in comparison to the rest of sub-Saharan Africa. I feel the rest of the continent is a number of years behind. So in creating Africa by Design, I wanted to promote the diversity of the continent's design talent and to showcase it in its various forms to a wider audience. So.
Mr. Tete?
Yes, social housing deficit. It's a big problem in Africa. And my practice, we've been trying to find ways to help government solve the problem. We have tried to partner with firms abroad. We had a Danish firm of architects who came in and they helped with the design. Okay, we did most of the design, but they were helping with the funding because they said their government was interested in talking to the banks in Denmark to help fund the project. Okay, we've come up with prototype designs now. We're still working on the funding. And that will hopefully solve some of the housing problems. But the other thing that we've also done is recently Shelter Afrique, an NGO based in Kenya. I think it's they fund social housing projects across Africa, organized an international competition that we were excited about. So we entered the competition, and there was a short list of 10 firms, and we were one of the 10 firms. And then when the final results were released, we won. And so now government of Ghana is working with us to provide land. So land is another big problem in our part of the world. To provide the land using our designs to come up with social housing, which will help solve some of the housing problems that we have in Ghana. We've had interest from other parts of Africa. I mean, a Ugandan cooperative came to see us and wanted to use some of our designs as well. So this is an area where we are helping solve some problem in the continent.
That's good to hear. Mr. Hempe, I think you also had a housing project.
Yes.
I was doing research on your
So
work.
I think like when we speak to housing, the biggest challenge is, like for instance, in particular where I'm at right now, Cape Town. Like the housing is almost like a classist form of actually existing, and now how do we actually kind of soften that framework, because you can't break it. It's there for a reason. It functions for a reason. But again, how do you bring people into the economy using housing? And what we've been trying to figure out is mixed income housing, because with mixed income housing, there's also a stereotype of, oh, you're bringing the less privileged people into this community, so it's going to devalue everything else, which is not necessarily the case. So now the problem is actually how to actually, from a policy framework, because like other parts of the world are doing, like Australia, for example, for in the inner cities, when they want to develop, they have to dedicate like 10% of their bulk to affordable housing or low income housing. So now we've been trying to figure out how do we do that locally, especially for cities like Cape Town, where it's actually almost a sin to have a mixed like a mixed use scheme within that framework. So that's what we've been trying to do from a policy point of view, trying to figure out how to actually solve that problem. It's a work in progress. Hopefully, it's going to be something that can be realized, because people are in the fringes. They spend 4 hours a day commuting in and out of the city, and how do you actually start dealing with that over a period of time to actually make cities more inclusive, and so they don't sprawl, and which basically creates transport problems and all other issues of like related to sustainability.
Okay. No, awesome. I wanted to know, before we get into the serious issue of sustainability, what excites you about African design and deco on the continent? Like what is very interesting for you at this point in time?
For me, I've seen some beautiful examples of African decor and design, and they don't follow trends. I love that there isn't this sense of trends here. Trends, I don't do trends. Do what works for you. Do what is classic. Do something that lives beyond a season, that is sustainability in itself. But I've been to friends' homes in Accra, I've been to places in South Africa, wherever, and it's like you've walked into somebody's personal, curated art gallery. It reflects their lives, it reflects their travels, their personal experiences. So for me, that is beautiful African decor. I think as a culture, we do upcycling anyway, and to see how somebody can repurpose an item that maybe had another function, and then it becomes a seating area, part of a seating area, or the way in which we incorporate color into our living spaces. I think it's so important. You don't have to have a lot of money to create a beautiful space. It's, what do you do with lights? What do you do with plants? Biophilics, I think, is incredibly important, and I don't think it's something we do enough of, and that's the design of incorporating plants and nature into your personal living spaces. Bringing a few plants in can make such a difference to anybody's space, and I think that it affects your mood. So for me, anywhere that when I walk into, I feel happier, I feel peaceful, I feel excited by, what's this on the wall? And then there's a story behind it. Oh, this is when I went to Morocco, and the man that sold it to me, I had to barter with him. That for me is a really exciting living space. So,
Mr. Tete?
I think since we all designers, we kind of like the same things.
Yeah.
Yes. To me, I love houses. And like Trisha, a house that has this harmony of landscape and the living space where it's like the plants walk into the house, and you walk into the house and you see sculptures of African art and paintings on the walls, that look expressive and just tells a story, and because of saying wives being particular about the way kitchens look. Now I'm into kitchens as well, I like kitchens that are nice and have an island where you can have breakfast, in the kitchen as well as cook there and have a lot of storage space and then very comfortable bedrooms and living spaces. I like houses where, in fact, now I'm designing. I'm talking about my house, where you can enter the house and you don't disturb people who are in the living room because you have a lobby that kind of separates the functions, So you enter the house, you enter to a lobby, and if you want to go to a kitchen, you don't have to go through the living room like we used to do in Ghana. Almost every house was designed by the front entrance opening straight into the door into the living room. Now. My office, we design houses with a nice lobby, where you can hang.
So teenagers can sneak in at night.
You can sneak in and out. And then you can have a family room where, the children can just be and therefore not disturb you with your guests, and so on. So a house has to be comfortable, with nice paintings and sculptures and spaces that work. I also like, the solutions to the climatic conditions of the region in the tropics, because of the high humidity, you need cross ventilation. So I make sure there are large windows, that bring in a lot of light and also a lot of air, so that you don't have to air condition the house. That is another feature that is common with the houses that my office designs. So, yes, I just love houses. And
No, thank you for that. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask one more question before we open it up to the audience, and it's around sustainability. Sustainability is the current buzzword globally. However, I believe it's an integral way of life on the continent. What does sustainability mean to you in a space?
I think for me, it's a matter of continuity in terms of solutions. People want more for and I deal with this a lot in terms of the because one of the companies that I work with, we deal in building physics, where you design something and all you want to do to it is put in a bunch of technology. But it's again, like, it's not a continuous solution, but now how do you actually design from the ground up, and then the solutions are embedded into the design so that you don't have to add on extra bits and pieces. So I think continuity in everything from the manufacturing process all the way up to the finished product, I think that's going to basically create a more rigorous process of providing sustainability, not as an afterthought, not as a greenwashing tool, just basically, but how do you actually live, like, as you said, how do you actually live and close the circle around ourselves? Like, for instance, now there's a thing around micro-living. Now, that's a sustainable way of living. How do you actually incorporate that into our city planning? So it becomes a situation of how do you actually introduce these solutions, small, but have a big impact. Yeah.
Okay, no, amazing. On that note, I would like to open up the floor for a few questions, maybe 2 questions, just in the interest of time.
There's a lady there.
Oh, we have 2 hands. Can you just please introduce yourself before you ask your question?
Hello, good morning. My name is Nanaya. I'm from Ghana. And actually, this is really the session that has pulled it all together for me. So I publish books on arts and culture and history, and I've taken it further. I now hand paint sort of traditional symbols and patterns and colors on pots. And we brought some of them here. My question, which you've sort of answered to me, is how we go from working in silos. I know Mr. Tete or of him from Ghana. I've heard of you, and there's me. How do we make a session like this actually work, where we go from listening to what you've said to actually networking amongst ourselves? I have a number of clients who could maybe benefit from your expertise and vice versa. So in terms of sustainability, I think that's what I would like to see out of it. But it's wonderful to meet you actually from afar. Thank you.
Who's sorry, is it for me?
I think that's
Is
for
it
you.
for Krista?
Okay. Okay. Well, Nanaya came in slaying today, and nice to meet you. I think it's really important to have conversations and to talk and to introduce ourselves. Already this morning, I feel like I've made new friends. And sometimes the opportunities don't present themselves immediately. So it's about remembering names. Oh, she does that, okay. And maybe it could be 6 months down the line, or you hear of a project. It may not be suitable even for you, but you're able to connect people. I think being able and willing to connect people and not necessarily personally gaining anything from it is very important. Be a door opener, open doors behind you, keep a lookout. My network of friends, we're always rooting for each other, and sometimes someone will see something. They could work in a completely different sector and say, oh, this could be relevant for Krista, and we'll just bring it to my attention. So it doesn't always have to be on such a grand and formal basis. I think on a day-to-day basis, it can be done like that. And then I think, depending on what you're working on, as a good friend of mine says, shy girls don't get promoted. If you see there's a corporate entity that maybe is offering funding, or maybe they're not offering funding, but you see a natural synergy, make the approach, contact them, do your research, find out or ask who would be the most appropriate person for you to speak to, and get your foot in the door that way. Make them remember you in a positive way, even if the answer is no in that instance. So that's what I would recommend.
Mr. Tete?
Yes, following on from what Chris has said, I think, as I said, forums like this are very helpful. But I think we have to also go into activism. Our governments are slow in helping make things happen. But in Ghana now, the Ghana Institute of Architects have decided to keep engaging government by going to them and saying, why don't you push this? Why don't you push that? Why did you not give this thing out on a tender, or on a design competition. So I think that, yes, to make things happen, we shouldn't just come and talk and just go to bed. We need to keep at it and be talking to the people who matter. And so the initiative that Canex and people have started, I think, is great. But on this side of the world, the politicians, at the end of the day, have a lot of the power too. So we need to also engage with them.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's one more question.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Tete.
mine is not a question particular, but it's a contribution to what they've all said. I'm Marvin. I'm one of the architects from Ghana, Estate and Associates, and that's my principal over there. Yes, so in terms of keeping what we call Afro-chic or things of African origin very authentic and sustainable, I think is to patent it. Certain things are very unique to the African culture and African origin. So if we patent it, and of course, this comes with standards, and the craftsmanship can be passed on to the next generation or specialized people who can take it up. And I think it's a way of culturally sustaining our craft and design, architecture, interior furniture. I've personally followed these three guys. I followed Chris's work. I've actually reached out to her. I followed his work as well. I saw a piece by him which was a furniture, and I think it's quite unique. Things like that can be passed on sustainably, culturally, and with accurate patenting, I think African can stand out with our own style. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, there's one. Got time for one
Okay,
more?
one more question, but please, very brief. And
good morning.
Morning.
My name is Gloria Kamanzi. I'm from Rwanda. I'm very happy to be following this panel. I've been following Krista all the way from Rwanda, and I said I have to attend this panel. I just want to get your attention. Designers, we are making things, but there's an issue that whereby we have to keep up the conversation, the protection of the creations. As one of the panelists said, the governments are slow. It's true. They are slow. What do we do? I really want to encourage that the conversation should not stop here. We find practical ways of involving key partners so that we move on and we create awareness, because we have young people who are creating things and they do not know that their work should be protected. They can do things. We have so much treasure. I follow much of West Africa. I'm from Central Africa. My country has a lot that they can share. But how do we have them protected? I always tell it to our Ministry of Culture. They don't get me. And whenever I see our Rwandan patterns being copied wherever, I'm like, what do we do? So many jobs are being stolen. So I want to encourage that the conversation goes on, and I would like to just give an idea. Why can't we from here, an exchange program, so that we sort of exchange. What I do, what you see, I do the batik, but I learned it in Senegal, but decided to go back to Rwanda. And it's been 16 years that I'm doing what I'm doing. Thank you.
thank you so much for that valuable contribution. I can take two more questions. Any more questions?
In the front.
There's one in the front, Lulu.
Good morning. My name is Lulu Chabel from Lulu Bell Group, and I'm enjoying this conversation so much, and I'm thinking this is actually, now as we're wrapping up, it's time to have the real conversation now. And my question is around museums. Based on what you were talking about around heritage and culture and cultural appropriation and preservation of our uniqueness in terms of design, there's this whole conversation around the repatriation of African art and the excuses that we don't have the appropriate conditions to store artworks, and we don't have museums that we can even think for the West to be able to imagine that they can return these valuable arts, which inherently, when they were taken out of were used for symbolism and ceremonies and a way of life, as you were saying, Krista. So for me, question to all of you is, if we were to imagine the museums of the future, in Africa, how would those look like? Because now, because we don't have them, we can make them, to stand the next 100 years. So there's no more excuse as to, we can't bring back the art because there's no place to store them.
Yeah, I think that's a very exciting question, actually, because I think it touches on a few things in the sense of policy and design. Because as much as we are custodians of design, our custodians of policy are needed at this level, because we can envision and dream up all these spaces, but if they're not at the forefront of pushing that agenda and say, listen, we need these things back, we've got people who actually are going to design houses for them. They're going to design homes and better homes than what they're living in, because now there's going to be a connection between the architecture and the pieces. Mr. Tete is going to get inspiration from those pieces, and so now the language becomes full circle in terms of actually responding to that. So I think the most important thing is building that bridge between policy and design, and actually let our policy and stakeholders actually push this mission for us, because we are not lacking in skill, we're not lacking in the appreciation of them. It's that they are not in our vicinity to appreciate. It's not a question of when you bring them back, no one's going to appreciate it. People of the continent make and build things all the time. They appreciate good craftsmanship, but now it's a question of how do they appreciate that and their history at the same time.
Oh, wow. Crystal?
And I will say that it's about exposure, because I think all too often, we are under the impression that many places do not have the facilities to store this. But firstly, I'll say one thing. For my own research, I discovered in London lots of brass and gold that was looted from the Gold Coast is sitting collecting dust in museums across London. So do not be fooled. It's not all on display and, being polished every day. And the second thing is, there is always somebody that has the same interests or concerns as you. So sometimes it takes a bit of detective work to find out who is in this country, in this region, who also shares this concern and is maybe already a bit further down the chain and doing something about it. I can think of, in those instances, think of individual collectors who may have storage space to store and present these items, and so there's ways around it. It doesn't always have to be the straightforward, it needs to be in a museum. Perhaps somebody has an empty house that they're willing to create like a museum-like experience where people can display works and so on. So I think there is a way. It's not the formal way or the way that we are told it should be, and there's always somebody else that's already working on the challenge, so maybe meeting up with them and collaborating to see what you can do about it together.
Mr. Tete?
As a student, one of the exciting places I went to was the Ghana Museum in Accra. And as I went from exhibit to exhibit and read the history behind the various things on display, I was impressed. And I don't know why my children should not want to go to a museum, and learn about their culture. So I think we need to revive the idea of having national museums in all our countries, because that's the way we learn about ourselves, that's the way we learn about our culture, our history, and so on and so forth. So I think that this is a conversation that should continue, and we should find ways to revive this idea of having museums not only in the capital city, but maybe in all the regional cities, yes, and towns.
Oh, wow. We've come to almost the end of our session, and I want us to fast forward to the future. It is 2063. We have attained the Africa we want. In 3 words, what does that look like in the design space? Only 3 words. We're in 2063. We have achieved that vision.
Ooh.
Who are you asking?
Mr. can start first. 3 words.
3 words. Harmonious. Oh, this is tough. Peaceful and well considered, but with a hyphen, so it's one word.
Mr. Mfe?
I think, yeah, it is a tricky one. Community, I think, is the one word that stands out to me. And then on that, I think luxury and well-being.
I like that. Mr. Tete?
Sustainable, timeless, and affordable.
Yeah, I like that too. Well, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we've come...
By the way, that is the philosophy of my practice.
So it's aligned. We've come to the end of this insightful and thought-provoking session. I'm a lawyer by background in a completely different industry, and this has been a great experience for me to have this conversation with you. And what the key takeaways from this conversation is, and I'm now using my legal hat, is it's very important to have a policy framework in mind to shape this future, this vision that we want to achieve in this space. There's the other takeaway is African. I mean, we're 55 countries. I'm from Namibia, and we're there's like 13 different ethnic groups and subgroups, and they all have different creative expressions. So one of the things that I took away from this is that how do we showcase this diversity and having a framework in place to export this to the world and ensuring that Africa or the craftsmen, they benefit at all levels. You also, Krista, you spoke about being authentic. That is not all about money. It's also about purpose. And in terms of regional integration and intra-Africa trade, we spoke about collaboration between designers and actually exposing our young people at a very young age that this is a viable career option and it can contribute to economic development. And thank you so much to the audience for their contribution as well. And I hope that the conversation, this is a catalyst, for ensuring that there's a framework in place to do this amazing work you guys are doing. So on that note, can we give our speakers a round of applause? Thank you.
morning, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the first session this morning. If you could please take your seats so I can introduce the next panel discussion. But before that, incredible people, amazing and insightful conversations, and what a fantastic vibe here at the Canex. The Creative African Nexus Live Theatre is really the place to be. Today promises to be even more. The Canex Live Theatre is breaking down barriers and already encouraging collaborations. Over the last 2 days, this beautiful creative space has welcomed globally recognized icons such as Alex Okosi, Ike Osakio-Dua, Mandisa Zita, Oskido, the one and only, Adu Maikori, Jackie Motsepe, Judy Kibinge, Antostella, Tabang Molea, Sipho Dlamini, Gaima Kanu, sitting side by side with young and emerging talent. An intentional strategy to build bridges of mentorship and inspiration for the next generation of Africa's creatives. The Canex Live Theatre program for Day 3 highlights how Africa is inspiring trends in design and decor, why talent management is important, and why success must always be celebrated. Our Canex Masterclass series continues from Ijeoma Ona, sharing an in-depth understanding of the producing environment of fashion strategist Kibunen Mfi, as well as Busi Mandan, facilitating an introduction to iconic design and market access in the fashion verticals. Kenya's leading documentary film organization will also share insights into the box and the future of documentary film in East Africa. All these amazing masterclasses and sessions will hold in the North Plaza M3 marquee. So if you want to check any of those things out, please make sure that you go have a look. Those masterclasses are really something not to miss. The Canex Music Factory continues at Mistral's. Be part of the immersive song recording session and join Vincent Berry, beat makers and songwriters MVPs from 2 of the Cookout Africa songs by lending your voice to the recording. Now, our second session for the live theatre is a fireside chat with the one and only Gordon Williams. Now, to facilitate this is someone who I admire and no stranger to international television. Please welcome the host of CNN African Changemakers, Arit Okpo.
Good morning, everyone. Such a pleasure to be here. I'm very excited about the conversation we're about to have. It's with someone who, you know, all those people that do all their work seemingly under the surface, and they're doing incredible things around the world and being so cool and so chill about doing it. So can we have a very warm round of applause for Commissioner Gordon Williams? Commish? Before this, we were sitting backstage and we were chatting.
Yes.
And already I was getting into our conversation.
Yes.
Because I think that the African entertainment industry is exploding in so many different ways, and ways that tie into the work that you do and the person that you are. But before we start, I'd like you to give us a very quick overview, 1 minute, about who you are and your journey.
1 minute?
Yeah, if you can.
Hey, how's everybody doing? Ooh, we okay? My name is Gordon Williams, professionally known as Commissioner Gordon. That started from a rapper in New York named KRS-One. He was the one that started calling me that on records, and 30 years later, I can't get rid of it. Really, at heart, I would say I'm a boy from the Bronx, from a single-parent home, from a hardworking Caribbean mother who invested her time and her energy in seeing me through, and I'm here with you today.
What he's not telling us is that you have worked on, I don't know, the miseducation of Lauryn Hill.
Yeah.
He won 2 Grammys for that. Worked with Carlos Santana. Built you this incredible career.
I would say, you know, belief in the Creator first, perseverance. Perseverance and perseverance, because as you know, being in entertainment, it's not an easy business. And, you know, we didn't come, why I preface my talk with I'm a boy from the Bronx, is that, you know, I would say we didn't come up with friends in high places. So everything that we had to do, we had to grind. But that grind, which is something that would be associated with hip hop, and even now I think with, as we were talking about Nigeria and Afrobeat, that's really what built a career. I wouldn't have thought I would have been sitting here, but you know, you keep on going, and then you look up one day and it's 30 years later and you go, wow, we did some things.
Right.
You know? Yeah.
Have you learned, what has been a lesson that has been hard to learn?
That everything that glitters is not gold. You know, for a long time, you know, I've been blessed to win 7 Grammys. And there was a point in my career, particularly after Amy passed away, Amy Winehouse, people would come by my studio and, you know, one of the Grammys I had just kind of laying to the side in the room. And I remember an artist coming in and said, man, you got your Grammy sitting here like a doorstop. You know, what's going on? And I said, well, you know, it's funny. For as great as it is, each one of them had a certain amount of pain associated with it. I think I heard a lecturer speaking about childbirth. So I think maybe without trying to be presumptuous, you know, to women, but I think anything great, there's a struggle with it. So as much as they were great things, they were difficult things. So they carry both, you know. So I've learned that nothing great comes without a struggle.
I was reading up about you, and you talk about starting DJing because of your mother's vinyls.
Yes.
And you started mixing, you started producing because the mixer looked like your console.
DJ, yes.
And it spoke to me a lot about your curiosity as a person.
Yes.
You know, because that's also how you started music. It was like, we want to make music for other people. And the record label was like, well, why don't you do it?
Yes.
And you all were like, why not?
Yes.
What's the job that curiosity has played in your journey?
You're very good.
I
see where you have your job. That's exact. Curiosity. You know, you just made me think of one time when I was about, my son who's here, you don't even know this story. I must have been about 5 years old when I discovered that a Phillips screwdriver fit into this little thing that looked like a screw, which was a screw. And my mom was out that day. I think I was there with a babysitter or something. And I remember her coming home, and everything in the house, I was so curious about how this thing worked. Everything in the house that had a Phillips, I unscrewed it. So she came back home, and the telephone was unscrewed, the television set was unscrewed. It was like a disaster. So I got a little scolding that day. But yes, that was the curiosity that started me into actually wanting to know how things work. Yeah.
And speaking of your mom, I was listening to an interview where your mom was like, you're doing amazing things and you're already succeeding, but as far as she was concerned, you were just like doing stuff that she didn't understand until Quincy Jones left a message on your answering machine.
Yes.
I'm curious about how that grounded you, because you have a very grounded perspective of your success. It fits within the context of everything that you are.
Yeah.
So how do you stay grounded, and what does success mean to you?
Well, I think I've never actually seen myself as successful. It's funny, I still see myself as, you know, every day we come to work. You know, to me, when I look at my mom and the work that she put in, to me, I'm the success of her, you know, of her work. So I guess success doesn't really play a big role in how I look at things. It's really more the work and seeing it through, you know, seeing it to the end. That's really what I would say.
So who do you tell stories for? Who do you create for?
Who do I create for? Yes. Now it's more the youth. You know, I think I'm at heart, that's one of the things I learned from Quincy. You know, when I observed him as a young, because at the time the first time I met Quincy, I was 19, maybe, I was 19. And the thing that shocked me about him is like he was a big kid. You know, he had done all these great things, these huge things, but he would sit down and talk about hip hop and rap. He knew about things that were happening in the neighborhood, and I'm looking at him at the time, he was probably in his 60s. He was so enthusiastic and energetic that somehow I think that kind of infected me. So it seems as that the older I get, the younger I sort of feel, because I'm always looking for something new or something that interests me, and I think that's part of the youthful experience, you know, the optimism of possibility that sometimes as we get older starts to turn to the tarnish of pessimistic, you know, thinking because of maybe challenges or struggles. So I try to hold on to that optimism in order to create.
I want to talk about stretching, because when we look over your music, it's, like I said, it's from Lauryn Hill, Amy Winehouse, Carlos Santana, Joss Stone. It's such a varied journey.
Yes.
And with each one, you have shown up in a new and fresh way.
Yes.
How do you stretch? How do you keep stretching?
I think by listening, you know, with all of them, all of those artists that you mentioned, I learned something too. You know, I learned from them. So I try to magnify the thing that I'm learning and then add my seasoning in there wherever it fits. I never really know exactly what I'm going to do when I'm starting, but somewhere along the road, I look for the little signs to see, oh, okay, this is it, or that's it. You know, so now when I look at Afrobeat, you know, I grew up listening in my mom's record collection and some of my dad's records. There was always African music, you know, because my mom is from St. Lucia, my dad is from Trinidad. We had the calypso and the soca. That was calypso at that time, which turned into soca. But there was also Fela Kuti, there was also Osibisa, there was also Mano Dibango. I remember as a child, and also they had a lot of influence on early hip hop because a lot of the early hip hop breaks came from anything that was funky. So that's why James Brown was like our God, you know. But at the same time, so was Fela, because even though we may not have known who he was, when you put on a record, if it made your head go like that, it's like, oh, I want to sample that, you know, I want to play that. So you got to know the artists by listening to them, not really the radio. We knew them from playing the records.
Can everybody hear us? I know the wind is doing a thing. Are you all okay? All right. Yeah. Speaking of James Brown, you talk about how you would go and look for records with his head on them.
Yes.
Because you knew that was
that
the
face,
guy.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
And it also spoke to me about representation, that you could see, in a sense, you could see yourself in his music. You could see yourself in all these musical influences that you were listening to.
Yeah.
How does representation play a part for you in the music that you make, in the work that you do?
Do you mean business representation? What do you mean by representation?
I think of, for instance, with James Brown, that must have been like, this is a black man who's
culturally,
doing incredible things,
yes,
you know?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Bob Marley was probably the biggest impact on me in that way. James Brown first because of the beats, you know, the things that we heard, and then you looked and you say, okay, this black man, he makes this. But, you know, Bob Marley, at the time that I discovered Bob Marley, which happened to me, the same thing as a youth, that was the first time I'd ever seen a Rasta man, you know. That was the first time I'd ever seen somebody representing the culture that I had come from in a way that made black Americans interested, because as a child growing up in the Bronx, in a mainly African-American neighborhood, and me having Caribbean roots, you know, at that time, they made fun of you. You know, you were banana boat or the coconut kid, or you know, you're always fighting because somebody's messing with you. Until Bob Marley came out, and then now you saw the black American kids wearing red, gold, and green, or, you know, Clark shoes, or things that would be associated with, say, our culture, but now they were into it, and then we suddenly became cool. So, you know, that was a big part of making me feel proud in our culture, and then he took it to the mainstream. So even the fact that he was able to stay culturally who he was and then have all these people accept it, I think that really drove me into wanting to do music, and to do music that resonated like his music did. I think that's what took me into creating, you know, doing a lot of reggae music as well.
Interesting. Your Grammys.
Yes.
So when you started out on the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, first, my question would be, were Grammys something that you aspired to? Did you ever think, I want to win a few of those?
Never, no. Even the day when, another funny story, even the day that I won my first one, I was actually working because Lauren had performed that first, well, actually it was my second, but that was the first time I'd ever walked on stage and accepted one. And she had performed right before they announced the winner. So I'm always the one that has to mix or make sure the show is together or whatever. So right as they're announcing it, I was in the truck, run in and grab me, and I literally have to run to the stage, and I come up in the back and stand there, but I get no camera shot because, they block you at the beginning. So they had blocked for me to be standing next to her, but somebody else was standing in that spot. So I just run out and thinking I'm on TV, and then I watch all the playback, and I'm in none of it. And this other guy is standing there who now everybody thinks he's Commissioner Gordon. So this guy ended up getting work for a year. That just because he was in that camera shot.
Are you serious?
Yeah. But that, again, I wasn't even thinking. And God bless her, Whitney Houston was the one who handed me the Grammy. So I come up on stage, and she's standing there with Sting. And Sting says to me, he goes, my name is Gordon, too. I was like, really? I didn't know. So this whole conversation is going on, but none of it's on camera because I'm off to the side. Yeah, always working.
So what did that do to you? On a personal level, was it any sort of an affirmation first? And then work-wise, how did that change your work? Or the way people engaged with your work?
The funny thing is, it was an affirmation for me just that night. Because as I was on stage and I'm looking out in the audience, kind of like looking out here, and there are your peers, as well as your naysayers, your haters, as we would say in hip-hop, and those that are there cheering for you genuinely. I'm looking out and looking at people that had literally said to me, conscious music would never sell. Why are you still chasing behind that? Because I'm sort of associated with that music that would be quote unquote positive. Not that it was something that I went after doing. It's just the stuff that I like to do. And these are the same people now that are in the crowd like, go there. So, you go, it makes you really feel that, yeah, I was right, But that ends the very next day because it's, like I said, it's right back to work. We were on tour, But as far as work-wise, yeah, it does open doors for you, but there's still that what have you done lately thing. Music is such a competitive field that it's almost as soon as you finish, someone wants to see what's next, So it did, it may have made a zero add to the end of the end of the check, maybe once for a little while, but after a while that zero goes away, that extra zero, and you got to get back to work until you have another one.
When you said that just now about the what have you done for me, the what have you done lately?
Yes.
I thought about another comment you've made about the immediacy of music.
Yes.
That, you make a beat, you make a song, and it's relevant now.
Yes.
You wait for it for a couple of months, and it might not be relevant anymore.
It may not be as relevant, yes.
But at the same time, you don't want to spend your career chasing.
Yes.
So where is balance in that running and that holding back?
I think the balance comes. Whoa.
I know.
That was a strong one. I think the balance comes in the traditional value of music, right? Maybe just like in the traditional value of history, we have to move forward in time, but there's certain things that we can't forget, And I think when we forget those things, then things become timely. I think things are timeless because we hold on to certain aspects of the traditional value. So again, let me go back to Quincy. Another thing he told me when I was 19, he said, Gordon, never forget that melody is king. So I said, what do you mean? He said, well, everything else that happens in a song is to support the melody. He said, a great song is a song you could hum or whistle. So we should be able to take away everything that you're doing and go to a piano and let me hear the song, or sing me the melody. And if I can remember that, or I can hold on to something, okay, now you have something. Now the rest is production. But to me, that's like a good meal. There's certain things you can't take away. If you have good seasoning, you have a well-cooked piece of meat, it's going to taste good no matter what style of, some people might like Mediterranean food, some people might like African food, some people might like soul food, but at the root of it, it's good seasoning and some love that goes into making it that would make it different. So I think you have to hold on to that as well as you have to stay current.
Music, beat making, production have become very democratized. Anybody with a laptop and headphones can create a beat.
Yes.
And with social media, it means that you can put something out there and have it remixed in 5 million ways by Sunday.
Yes.
I'm thinking of this is the way the world is now.
Yes.
How do
popularity and what do people sign artists, or what's driving it? Because it seems like you could have a lot of likes or a lot of views and you're famous, and who's very talented. If they don't have that, does anybody care? So I think there is a dilution, that's a good word, in that there's so much access to everything. We have access to just so much communication and so much technology that those traditional things that I said are missing. So when those things miss, then I think something will be very popular as a trend. Like, for example, I remember when hip-hop came out into the mainstream, it was sort of a rally against disco, because disco was going on at the time, and the things we associated disco with in the neighborhood was, drugs, glam, glitz, way over the top, and we're kids from the neighborhood struggling, so it's disco sucks. You see the slogan, disco sucks. So I think in a way that's what's happening or going to maybe come to the forefront now, that mass commercialization of music will force art to come forward, because people will get tired. I even think about young people, like right now at home, vinyl records are very popular again. And I think part of the reason why vinyl records are popular is that the youth never heard them. So for us who grew up hearing it, it was a normal thing. But now after you've listened to MP3s and all this digital over-compressed music, when you actually hear a vinyl, it's almost like, again, eating a good meal, and you go, wow, that tastes different than this. What is that? They just need access or the ability to hear it. So, I think we can't stop technology moving forward, and I would be remiss to say, like, I use it too. Like, I can't say I don't, because even as I mentioned on my little clip, we used to sit in front of huge mixing consoles, and now the same thing that I did there, I could do with something this big. Would I give up this for this? No. But would I say we don't need to practice, or we don't need to write a good song, or where's the melody? No, I wouldn't give that up either. I think those are the things that, as long as we have that, then the technology becomes a tool. But if the technology becomes the song, then yeah, that's a bad thing.
I hear that, because I'm also thinking about access. And there are many people for whom the ability to go on TikTok and do something is the thing that has literally changed their lives.
Yes.
And what that means is that we're hearing sounds, we're hearing experiences that we would never have heard otherwise. How can we continue to build access, even as we continue to uphold the skill and the expertise and the thoughtfulness that comes from taking your time to study and learn and grow?
Yeah, I think that is the challenge, that we're going to need to be serious about that. I mean, these are some of the conversations I was even having with my good friend Temwa here at the bank, and actually why I'm here, thanks to our conversations. We want to educate. We have to rebuild our communication. We can't let that communication gap between the elder and the youth continue to separate. We have to find ways to talk to each other, because the tradition that was passed down, say, from Louis Jordan to James Brown, which went from James Brown to Michael Jackson, which may have went from Michael Jackson now to Chris Brown, wouldn't have been there if Michael Jackson couldn't sit with James Brown or talk to him and see that importance, or that James Brown couldn't have learned from Louis Jordan, not just say, oh, I want to do it, because there's some things that you won't really know how to do unless someone passes it on to you. But if we don't see the importance of each other in that way, and we only look at maybe a financial aspect to it, then it won't happen. The finance will come after that. We got to do the work. As I go back to the work, the Grammy came after the work. It wasn't the Grammy that came before the work. And that's a hard thing to teach, say, someone maybe coming from a depressed community that doesn't have any food to eat. So if you're saying that, but I can just bypass this to get here, then you can't fault them for doing that. But along the way, they're going to learn things, because once they leave that condition and they go into a new condition, their condition of quote-unquote making it, they're going to find out the same thing I said, that everything that glitters isn't gold. Maybe you lost your publishing. Maybe that, that person that you signed to didn't really treat you right. But you're learning this after. Now, if those people now can come and connect with people that are interested in seeing that to happen, now the conversation can be put back together and we can move forward. And that's what I want to, help foster.
I was just about to say, tell me about Lalabella Alliance.
Well, it's interesting. Lalabella Academy is it's actually my production company, but it's also an academy that I have. And I got the name based on Lalibela in Ethiopia, the underground church.
Yes.
Abuna Yisak was a good friend of mine. He was the Archbishop of the Orthodox Church. He's passed away now, but he was the priest that came to Jamaica with Haile Selassie when the Rastas all saw His Majesty and thought he was God, and then the Rastafarian movement went forward. Haile Selassie asked Abuna Yisak to stay, this is in the 60s, to stay in Jamaica and teach. And that eventually turned into Orthodox churches all over the place, and a relationship with Bob Marley that became a relationship with Abba and his children, which became a relationship I continued when Making Miseducation happened at Bob Marley's house in Jamaica, and I met him there. So he really educated me, Lalibela, and it was just very interesting to me. So I thought, okay, I want to create a company that's sort of a church. I like the fact that it was an underground church. It was a way that people came together, but it was sort of secret, So that's how it started. But it turned into now a curriculum. It turned into a program that got more developed in my first trip to South Africa, and then connection to the UN that brings me back here now to see about maybe establishing it here. And we work with music and music production, but to work with inner city youth. I wouldn't just say inner city youth, because all the youth have the same. I feel like we raise the new generation, because hip hop has now, it's a global thing. So we look out an audience when we're performing, and it's not one race or one nationality, it's everybody, they're all hip hop. So Lalabella is for that, is to help foster these kinds of conversations, bridge these gaps, and see some good things happen. Maybe a couple of Grammys in South Africa. Yeah.
And what are some things that you have discovered or realized since you've started this work of, in a way, building a structure that you can then send out and help people to build their knowledge of music production and all of that? So what are some things, observations you've made? What are some realizations that you have since you've started and since you've started doing this work and traveling?
I think the main thing was the importance of finding like minds. Because, just like I relate everything to making a song. So I've had the opportunity to make music all around the world and work with people that didn't even speak the same language. But if we were of the same mindset, we were able to create. And then in that creation came understanding, and then came the music. So I think the most important thing I've learned is that to find people that I could do this with. And if they share that vision and that passion, then a way is going to be made. And I'm a testament that I'm sitting here, because it did make that way, and you really have friends in high places to do it. The music led us to it. So I try to put that kind of spirit in everything that we do.
One of the experiences I've had in Nigeria, living in the entertainment industry, is that sometimes it can be you need friends in high places.
Yes.
Which means that when you approach networks and you approach conversations, you're approaching them almost like, what can this person do for me? Something I learned in your career is how important long relationships are to you, you know.
Yes.
And you have built on relationships,
Yes.
you know. Wycliffe to Lauren to the man, you know.
Yeah.
It's a connection for you that even now as we're speaking is obviously very important to you. So to that young person in the entertainment industry who is existing in a space that can sometimes feel like you need to know the right people, how can they build relationships that aren't transactional when the very nature of that transactional, yes.
Yes. Well, I think it's always transactional, but it's the type of transaction that you want. If you make a transaction that's not based on anything solid, then that transaction is not going to be solid no matter how it looks. So, for example, what made the Nigerian music now popular at home is the fact that, well, not popular, lucrative. It became popular first because of the Nigerian hustle, like what we talked about. But now the business takes notice to the numbers. Once it takes notice to some numbers, then your bargaining piece changes. But if you're looking for somebody to give you a handout, if you're looking for somebody to help you, it's not going to happen. So the best person to believe in is yourself. So first, from that, all these things, you know, other things could happen. So for the young person, I would say, continue to believe in yourself. Look at those. Every person that we look at that's great in the music industry pretty much started on their own. They didn't start with any help, like that kind of help. They started with their talent, and they found their niche to make a way for themselves. And then people took notice of that way, even if that way was a small way at first. Even if it was 5 people in the room, somebody noticed, oh, they got 5 people in the room. Next thing you know, they have 10 people in the room. That 10 turns to 20, and after a while, if that turns to 100, 200, then a company would come and say, hey, you know, this is something I want to, you know, get involved with. And at that point, you have the ability to do a transaction, but it's always going to be transactional, no matter how much somebody tells you they like you or how much they're smiling or say it's great. At the end of the day, they want to see if they can, you know, make something from what you have.
I like what you're saying, because we can tend to think of transactional relationships as a bad thing.
Yes.
But this is business.
This is business, yeah. If you want to just make music for yourself, then it's a hobby, then stay home and do that. But if you want to enter into the arena of, I want to make money from this, then think of it like anything else. If you're a farmer and you need to sell your corns, you got to put work in to plant something, to have something to go sell. If you think of the music like that, then I think the music makers could see more, what is the product that they have? They themselves, they are the product. This music I have as a product. It's not personal, it's yours, but at the point that you say, I want to sell it, it's not really yours anymore. It's everyone's. You know, people listen to a song and have their own opinion of what they think it is, which may be totally different than what you wrote. You can't get mad now because they think it means something else if you're selling it. If it's yours, then yes, you could have a personal feeling about it, and it doesn't matter, you know, but once it's going to the commercial market, it is a transaction.
I hear that. African music, I mean, from Amapiano to Afrobeat and all the places in between, like you say, is becoming very lucrative around the world. And we're seeing just, you know, if it's Thames today, it's Wizkid tomorrow, it's Burna Boy, Sauti Soul, across the continent. Mm-hmm. I would like to ask you this from 2 perspectives. First, as a business person,
yes.
What do you see happening? What's the trend? What's the flow you see happening? And as a music producer and an audio engineer and somebody who's reinvesting to the youth, how do you feel about this diversity of music that is so vibrantly and very unapologetically pushing its way out of the continent?
I think it's great. I think it reminds me a lot of hip-hop, because I remember in the days when, you know, no one thought of us even making music. It was noise. It was kids in the street. I mean, we were writing on trains. They didn't say that was art. We were rapping outside on a street corner. They didn't say that was music. They said, you're causing a disturbance. Police would show up, you know, to go from that to a billion-dollar industry. And I think it's the same thing here. But I think that the opportunity that Africa has is recent history. So it's not something that we're going to look back and say, back in ancient times we can look at hip hop that was in the 70s, 80s. So these kids right now have actual access to the creators of the biggest industry in the world, which is the music industry. I mean, music powers everything. You want to sell a car, you put music in a commercial. You want to sell some sneakers, you get a rapper to advertise it. You want to sell gas, you want to sell whatever it is you want to sell. There has to be a song. There has to be some sort of promotional aspect that involves music. So that can be attached to anything we need to build here on the continent. It's just for, I think Bob Marley has a song where he said, Africa is awaiting its creators. Right? So the creators now, here come the creators. All these creators, this is a whole event full of creatives, fashion, art, music, everything. So these creators actually have the keys to the development of the world, if you understand what music really is. So if we can organize that, and the fact that it's being pushed with a force, I think is showing everyone it's here. Now it's up to us to recognize it. We don't want to recognize it after it's gone. That's what we usually do. We're always going,
yeah.
No, we got to be in the moment. We have to be present. Okay, you take a guy, I always tell my son about in sports. I said, what makes somebody that great, someone say like a Kobe Bryant or a Michael Jordan? The difference with those kinds of players, as I would say, in my humble opinion, as opposed to someone else who's a great athlete, is that when they're in their moment, they know it. They know it's the fourth quarter. They know that if they make this shot right now, I win the game. Some people are afraid to take that shot. Some people act like they want the ball, but they don't really want the ball. When Michael Jordan says he wants the ball, you know he wants the ball because he's going to clap. He's going to stand in your face. He's going to say, pass me the ball, and he's going to take that shot. Now, he could miss, but the fact that he takes the shot, he makes it, now he's the greatest. Now he's a champion. He's a Grammy winner. He's a whatever. So here's the chance for Africa to take his shot. You're in the moment. Take the shot. You make the basket. That's it. The rest is history. You don't take the shot. Now we're going to say, well, he could have taken the shot. Or if somebody else takes the shot, you can't be mad. But I think that's what it is. And I think the youth are showing us that. I mean, that's why I'm here, because I felt it a while ago, but I think my mind now has caught up with my reality. So I think this is it. Take the shot.
What does it mean to you to be here at this time?
I'm not even going to answer that question because she's trying to get me emotional. Like yesterday, I broke down in a workshop here. So it means it's a safe space.
Yes, it's a safe space.
It means the world to me. Yes, it means the world to me. I'm so happy to be here. It's very it's full circle for me, and I can see it. You know, I can see where this is going, and I just want to do my part to push it along.
What does that look like as a business person, as an entrepreneur in the industry? What does doing your part, what does catching this wave look like?
Setting up here, creating a link for my business here to be able to help develop the talent, help develop the art, help the business people maybe. See, God heard me. You see that, right? Okay. All right. Okay. to help develop.
Yeah.
And see it through. You know, because there's a responsibility that you have in leadership, and that's a responsibility that I was told about a long time ago that I never really liked. That's also why I never liked being in front. Before, I would never do this.
I know.
I would be in a recording studio hiding behind the artist. You would never get me to talk. But I understand that it's necessary, because what mom gave me, I can give to somebody else. I can give to my son. I can give to other people's children. So for me, that's what it's about.
And what would you like for us to think about as we continue to build on what feels like, sometimes I think of it as a global takeover, you know, that people are dancing to Burna Boy in Croatia or singing along to Wizkid. Yes, this is the moment where we're lining up for that shot. What do we need to think about? And I'm thinking about this in the context of, for instance, intellectual property, which is something that comes up in
That's the word.
Business, in things like that.
Yes. Ownership, but also recognizing that it's the initial wave, but Africa's full of music. It's not one style of music. It's not one style of art. It's full of songs, just like we're full of music in America. It's all one family. So hip-hop may be what they've called a genre, but what's inside of it? There's all different kinds of rapping, there's all different, but industry would like to categorize things because it's easier to control it when you put a title on it. If we just said music, you can't control it, but if we say, okay, it's black music, so now I have all of that. As soon as you say it's music, there's no head of music, there's music. So I think intellectual property is the key. You know, we have to own our creations. There's a reason why they call the recording tape a master. I'll leave it at that.
I hear that.
You need to own that.
I hear that.
Okay.
I hear that. What does the future look like for you?
The future? Africa. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like for me. Yeah. Honestly. Yeah, honestly.
Tell me more. Go on.
And in Igbo land.
In Igbo land,
In
yes.
Igbo land, yes.
Are there any Nigerians here? So we were having a conversation about whether he was Igbo or Yoruba.
Yeah.
I think he's Igbo.
This is what she does.
I think he's Igbo, right? Because there's the Igbo entrepreneurial spirit is very, number one, it's very community minded.
Yes.
And it's very built from the ground up.
Yes.
It's a long story.
Yes.
And I feel like it's very much like that for you.
It is.
That you have, I mean, you talk about KRS-One, you talk about Quincy Jones, you talk about all these things, and you have built structures. So as you have risen, you have built structure behind you.
Yes.
I think that's very significant.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I'm looking forward to seeing what that looks like when you apply it to an African context.
Yes, me too. Mm-hmm. Me too. I'm looking forward. This trip is too short. You know, I'm leaving next week, but I will definitely be back. Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'm just going to, we have a little time. I want to ask if anybody has questions, comments, perspectives that they would like to share.
Oh.
Yes, of course.
Sorry, I don't know if you guys can hear me. So obviously yesterday you had your talent masterclass and I was here, so I didn't get a chance to listen. I was very jealous. But my question is twofold. What would you be looking for in talent when it comes to working with someone? But the second fold would be, what should talent be looking for when they're looking for someone to manage them?
That's such a fantastic question.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Fantastic question.
I think what I would be looking for is authenticity, you know, real. That's what I would look for. What talent should be looking for is not necessarily management at the beginning. I think they have to find their way first, because sometimes what happens with management, people have this assumption that someone's going to do more for you than you're going to do for yourself, and they're not. A real manager that's worth anything wouldn't actually even pick up something that needs too much development, because they wouldn't really be able to do that part. They would want something that's sort of developed and they're able to take it to another level. The years when I was working with Lauren, I was also a senior director of A&R at Sony. So that's the person that would develop talent, sign artists, an A&R person. And one of the things I learned being in a major company was that a major company was good at taking you from 5 to 10. But 1 to 5, they don't know anything about that or even really care about that. So you're kind of wasting your time if you're in that 1 to 5 bracket looking at a major company. Do it for yourself or a major management. But if you get yourself to 5, what you're going to find is going to happen is your phone is going to ring. People are going to sort you out as opposed to you sorting them out, and that's when you really have a deal. You know, that's when you really know there's something real there, is when your phone rings. Even if it's not the highest level of the ring. Even if it's the first level, we would call the bottom feeders at home. Even if they're the first ones that call, that means you're on their radar. So it's only but so long before you go from that to the next level of people. So just hold on, persevere to that point.
This makes me think, of course, contexts are different, and what works in one place might not work in another.
Yeah.
But based on your interactions with music on the continent, what are some things that would be helpful to build or develop? So there's so much talent, yes.
Yeah.
But would we want to see more structure in business? Would we want to see more structure in production? Looking over the music scene across the continent, what are some things that you think, if this was in place, it would be awesome?
I think...
Or if there was more of this, it would be awesome.
I think on both sides, business and production. You know, there's certain things that, again, you wouldn't really know how to do it unless you observe it. And some of those things, because we're in a competitive business, no one really wants to teach you. That's why I said, all right, I'll do it, you know, because I've never been, for me, I feel like my stew comes from my hand. So even if I show you how to do it, I'll still have a way for myself. So I'm not really intimidated by that. I think that, and Quincy was like that. He wasn't, he freely shared information with me that I was able to use. So I think that part, like structures that, I wouldn't necessarily say a formal school, but yes, school, because some of our musical traditions are being lost because people aren't picking up instruments. Why aren't they picking up instruments? Because it's not made to be felt important. A TikTok. I don't need that. I don't need to learn how to sing. I can get auto-tune. These things are good tools, but that doesn't replace your God-given ability. It's us first and the machine after, not the machine first and us after. And if we have structures that can help teach that, but not just teach it in a way that this is what you have to do. They have to be shown that it's important. You know, young people have to be shown that. I felt that music was important because I had the opportunity to hear records that I liked and I wanted to do what they did. And now as I got to meet people and I saw, oh wow, that's a guitar. Oh, that's a drummer that's doing that. Well, wow, I want to do that. But if we don't see that anymore, or you don't stress the importance of that, then that could be lost. So I think we need to keep those formal structures in place and support them. Again, that's what I'm here to see happen.
I'm also thinking now about how music and music production, in the ways that they have changed. When you started out, people were selling records.
Yes.
You know, now if you might have a live stream, or you might your streams, how many million streams, or you go on TikTok and your song becomes a global hit.
Yes.
Or you're putting together a couple of sounds and that catches. The way that we think about what a good, well, to me, from my perspective,
yes,
because I think I have a sense of what you will say, but from my perspective, the ways that we think of what makes a successful artist or what even makes a successful song, they're changing.
Yes.
You know, there are people now who will sing songs for TikTok because once that catches, you've got 1 billion streams and you're essentially made.
Yes.
What does that say to you about where music is going?
I think that's a function of mass consumption. But if we go back, okay, let's use history again. We go back to the beginning. There were bands. There was nothing recorded, right? And then somebody figured out a way to capture the recording, and then they sold that thing that they captured. So actually, they weren't really selling music. They're selling this piece of plastic that they have that embodies the music. So now we went from that to vinyl to a CD to a download to now it's back in space, like how it was at the beginning. You played music, and as soon as you finish playing, it's gone. Now you play something on a phone, or you play something, when you finish with it, it's gone. It's there for the moment, but the fact that we can repeat it on the phone now gives that thing the value, as you say, the streams. So that means of how it gets out to people, I think that's just a function of mass consumption. We can apply that to anything. I don't think that changes the fact that it still needs to be something of quality, because if the thing is a flash, right? Which we've had that in the past. We had one-hit wonders. You have people who have one song, and that's it. And it's a big hit song, and they could maybe perform their entire life doing that one song. That's very different than saying Stevie Wonder, someone with a career, who's made music for 40 years, 50 years, or Lauryn Hill, or Commissioner Gordon. So I think both of those things have a place, but it's just it's not 0 to 60. It's not, okay, everything is this. There's always be a hit song. Look at that song, like Jerusalem. When I hear that song, right, that song was everywhere, and everybody's dancing to that song. But when I listen to that melody, if I took that beat away and I just played that on a piano, that's a great song. So yes, the beat right now is the beat that everybody's, kind of moving to. Okay, cool. That's just like back in the days, there was always a dance that people moved to. The dance will pass, but where's the song, right? And to me, that's the intellectual property. That's the thing. So I'm not mad at TikTok. My son is always like, Dad, you can put this on TikTok. You can do this on TikTok. TikTok. All right, cool. I'm like, you make it. You take the song and do it. I'm not going to chase TikTok. I'm going to chase the music. And if TikTok happens, so be it, right? And I think that's how we have to look at it. But there will be youth that'll be good just at that, because this is their generation. So there are some youth that can just take TikTok and understand how to use that and make something work. And that's great. But there are some children that are gifted vocalists or gifted violinists. Why are we not going to support them just because TikTok is happening? We have to have both.
Last time I looked at this clock, I had 20 minutes. I don't know why we have 2 minutes.
Oh, we have 2 minutes?
We have 2 minutes.
Yeah, anybody?
Go for, yeah, he has a question.
Oh.
Do you just want to
Good day.
walk?
Oh,
Okay,
here we go. My name is Fezile Zama. I have a video production company I own. I'm an aspiring documentary filmmaker. My brother, I want to say thank you for what you said earlier when you said Africa is where the future is. My question is, how do I convince my brothers and sisters that Africa is where it's at? I asked this because a few days ago we were arguing about the FIFA World Cup and how the FIFA allows about less than 10 African teams into the tournament. Mm-hmm. And the argument was about, and the tournament has been running over 100 years. And the argument was on, had we been given more than 10 teams, don't you think Africa would have taken the World Cup? So when you say, and someone of your stature says Africa is where the future is at, I'm more than convinced. My problem is, how do I convince my brothers and sisters that Africa is where it's at?
Here? You mean your brothers and sisters here?
My brothers and sisters here in Africa, because most of them are talking about brain drain, moving to Australia, moving to Europe, moving to...
I know.
You know what I mean?
Or you know how you do it? I know exactly what you're dealing with. Just do it. Just do it. Don't try to convince them. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes when people are sleeping, they need somebody to wake them up. Everybody's not awake. Don't get into this woke thing. This woke thing is trickery. That's commercialism. Those that are really awake, you don't see them. You see them after they come. So for many years, I told you, they told me conscious music will never sell. The same people that sold 100 million records off of work that I've done were the same people that told me that the kind of music I wanted to do wouldn't work. And I've lived to see them not even have a job anymore, and I'm sitting here with you. So I would say, stand firm and just walk forward. If you see that, you keep walking. Who knows? We might walk together, because if you're there, I'm going to be there. So I'm telling you, and then they'll catch up. Yeah.
And just to round up, I would like you to share your final thoughts. And in sharing your final thoughts, I would perhaps ask you to speak just for maybe just a little, very quickly, to...
She's shutting it down.
I know. I've asked for 5. I've asked for 5 minutes.
Okay.
What he said is true also of talents, that there is such an abundance of talent.
Yes.
And often, even with, social media and all of these things, there's not always access. Mm-hmm. So to that young artist who's looking for their big break and wondering what they have to do, mm-hmm. and wondering how they can build a career that lasts 50 years and onwards, build a life, what would you say?
I would say, believe in yourself first. Believe that you have a purpose. You're here for a reason. If you can hear my voice and you can hear my words, then I'm a testament of the same thing I'm saying to you, because that's what brought me here. So you have to believe in yourself. You have to know that there's something bigger than all of us that put that talent inside of you. And it only is a matter of time before the people, or the ones that are supposed to hear it, can hear it. But if you quit, that'll never happen. So quitting is not an option. But if you need, James Brown had a song he said in the song, I have to do what I need to do to get what I want, right? Not the other way around. Do what you want to get what you need. It don't work like that. So sometimes we have to do things. I had to work a job at night. I was going to school, working at night, and going to a recording studio. So because I had to pay for my studio time, and I was 16 at the time, and riding the train down to Brooklyn and back and forth. So I understand hard work. So don't think that hard work isn't necessary for anything great. We talked at the beginning, and I said, nothing great comes without struggle. Every great artist had to struggle. So believe in that and know that the ability that you were given was there before you even got here, because the man upstairs put it there for a reason. So if you really have it, only time will tell. So stay diligent with that and don't quit.
And to close up, or to round up, I will say that...
I answered the question.
You said?
I hope I answered.
You answered it beautifully.
Okay, thank you.
You answered it
my boss, my new boss.
I was reading about your work and listening to your interviews, and our industry is usually one where the bigger and the brighter you are, the better. That's how let me say, it can be presented that way.
Yes.
And I was so inspired by the reach of your roots, not just the depth of them, but the reach, that across your career, some of the biggest names in the world, their work has passed through your hands, you have passed through their work. And for me, that influence, that you sit here in this room and we're all having this wonderful chat, but you have built a life and a career that they go down deep and they reach up really high. And I'm excited to see what happens when that comes here to this continent.
Yes.
And I'm excited about the fact that with so much that you've done, you're still looking ahead. You know, you're not like, oh yeah, 20 years ago I did that and that's fine. You're looking to the future. And this has been such a pleasure to sit in conversation with you.
This has been a pleasure for me.
To listen to the work, to listen to your perspectives, to celebrate the work that you do.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for a wonderful chat.
And I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for listening as well. I have one more, that 1 minute's gone. You have been a wonderful audience. Thank you for your questions and your conversations. And I will hand it over to the host with the most, the incredible Mimi. Thank you.
Thank you.
At the moment, Ijeoma has now moved to hall 6 for the Nigerian International Film Commission. So if you guys would like to go listen to that, you've got 30 minutes to do so. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock for our next session, which promises to be absolutely fantastic. We've also got an incredible performance lined up for you, so make sure you don't miss it. But we're taking a bit of a 30-minute breather. Stretch your legs, go listen to some talks, be back here in 30 minutes for an incredible performance. And of course, we do have the Gauteng Film Commission who'll be joining us for a panel discussion. That is something you don't want to miss. We know that is the hub of our creative industry here in South Africa, so that's really a good panel discussion to listen to. You can understand how to get your funding, how to use the Gauteng Film Commission to further your careers. So that's definitely a talk that I think you guys should not miss. Enjoy your break. We'll see you in a few.
Try to stay true to the art and learn about music. Don't forget that we're in the business of music. So yes, it's a business, but the people who made the music, who made the art that we all aspire to be in, they were music people. Most of the executives that built the business either had a background in music or had been exposed to great artists. So
don't confuse what's good with what's great, because there's a difference, you know, and as a person who has to be a tastemaker, then your job is to do that. Keep striving, keep the faith, keep believing, keep pushing, and keep thumping.
and gentlemen, I did promise you an incredible performance. This is probably going to blow your socks off. This gentleman comes all the way from Reunion Island, and he is an electronic god. Please put your hands together for Lawyer.
Hello, everyone. My name is Roya. I come from Réunion, Islam, and I've played a song with a collaboration of an artist from the Comores. And the next song will be a song with a collaboration of an artist from Mayotte. Here we go.
The man who lived yesterday is no more today. Today, 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 today. Net is not in his mind. Net is not in his mind. And niggas fine. And niggas fine. And niggas fine. And niggas fine. Net in nigga.
Thank you, thank you. My name is Loya, and I play music. The last track was from artist from Madagascar named Reman Ndui. Thank you a lot. See you later.
Ladies and gentlemen, and that is Loya. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. That was amazing. All the way from Reunion Island. How was that for you?
It's nice. It's awesome to be there.
What is it about the music that you do that you love so much?
I love music from Indian music from traditional artists, and I go there, travel a lot to collaborate with them. I go to Madagascar, Comoro, and next year I will go in India to collaborate with some musicians there.
Loya, ladies and gentlemen, traveling all around the world and, of course, gracing us with his presence. We are still on a lunch break, but when we return, the Gauteng Film Commission will be here with an incredible discussion. I know you don't want to miss it. We'll see you in a moment.
You better blow that out.
1. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the one talk and panel discussion I've been waiting all week for. This is, of course, the Gauteng Film Commission. This is a panel that I know needs no introduction, but you are about to meet every single one of them. Our moderator for today is Fifi Ponzo. Did I get it? No? Oh, man, I tried. But Fifi will be our moderator today. And this is, like I said earlier, this is the conversation I've been waiting for, and I feel like the conversation you've been waiting for. Because as we know, the heart of our entertainment industry really is in Gauteng. So curious and so interested to hear what these incredible creatives have to say. Enjoy.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Wonderful. This looks like the most fun part of the Intra-African Trade Fair, and I'm meeting it for the first time on a day that I'm about to go home. I wish I had discovered it sooner. Nonetheless, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As the lovely Minnie Dlamini did say, my name is Fifi Peters, and I am an anchor and a moderator at CNBC Africa, and I'm here to speak about your world and the opportunities that your world has in store for you in a post-pandemic society. So essentially what we did see was the lights and the action and the camera work being cut by the COVID-19 pandemic that brought your industry to a standstill. And productions were shelved. We did see cinemas and theaters being closed, as well as perhaps many of you or your fellow colleagues in the industry being put out of work. But as I see it, I also think that the pandemic has provided a lot of rich content, particularly if we look at the fact that it did give us the most unprecedented experience of the 21st century. And so as we are talking about a post-pandemic recovery, we are discussing how Gauteng, which is the economic powerhouse of the African continent, can position itself as an ideal location for film production and also a gateway into the rest of the continent. And as Minnie did say, I'm having this conversation with many individuals on the stage who need no introduction, very acclaimed individuals in the creative space, but I'm going to introduce them to you anyway. Starting with the wonderful lady on my right, Ms. Gitumetsi Lebaka, who is the interim CEO at the Gauteng Film Commission, as well as chairperson of the Africa Leadership Transformation Foundation. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Fifi.
And seated next to her is Sello Makakangube, who is the founder of the Sello Makakangube Foundation. I'm going to introduce you because this is going to be documented on camera, and I think that the viewers who are watching this who might not know will be delighted to know that he is a multi-award-winning veteran actor in South Africa. I'm not calling you old, sir. He has appeared in movies and television productions such as The Long Walk to Freedom, the iconic soapy Generations that I grew up watching, and more recently, The Queen. He has also been part of the Royal Shakespeare Company and played in London's West End, and played the lead role of Mufasa there in the Lion King musical. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. And
right next to him, we've got Thabang Moleya, who is the executive producer of Seriti Films. And some of his work does include the well-known drama series Gomorrah, The Herd, and Jacob's Cross. And Thabang's debut film, Happiness, is a four-letter word, became the highest grossing box office film in 2016. And of course, many of you would have seen the sequel that is currently out on Netflix. But let's show you a bit of Thabang's work in action.
You've been embezzling money from your bank. And we've been watching you for quite a while now.
Don't I look stunning?
Sports cars, trips abroad.
I'm not talking about that, Varley.
Yes, so we China Matani, hijack Lento.
Your phone got shot.
I'm looking for the most badass operators out there. Peter Swan. I'm not afraid. Give it time.
Getting shot isn't as bad as I thought it would be.
Yeah? Tell that to your hands.
Sure giving his client his money's worth?
Ungayenza lento. Ikusasa lakho le. Kumele sele umhlabelo omusha bokushintsha lawo. Iphi lentsha ethatha inkomo zami? Dilika shini? Yena umbulali mina ngiyakuphala man.
We've been looking at your performance lately. Welcome to the big boys. He specifically requested you.
You're a truly amazing woman.
You are a client.
Okay. You still love him.
What more could you ask for?
I actually don't know what I want. Well, you better figure it out.
Lies all this time!
Enough of this sappy nonsense.
60-year-old boy from Boxburg.
I'm not gonna let you go.
I can't lose you two. Suck it up and do the job.
I just wanted you to know in case you gave a shit whether he lives or dies.
He's not gonna make it.
I lost a patient.
I need your help. What do you know about the bomb?
I want a name!
What a terrible thing to happen to a little girl.
Look at me!
Talk about your work speaking for yourself. Well done. Yay. Then we also have Pearl Makakanube seated next to Tabang. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank
you. She is and the man who was forward enough to start speaking before being introduced, but nonetheless, we love it. We love it. Mr. Kagiso Mudupe, who is the founder and executive producer of Bakwena Productions. Also an award-winning actor and producer known for the films Koch Helen, Unpredictable Romance, and Losing Lerato, which he acted alongside his daughter. That particular film actually won 6 awards. I miss you on Scandal. But, no, we'll talk about that offline. Nonetheless, welcome.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So let's get straight to the order of business. Because, hey.
Halala.
All right, we'll try to keep it together.
Why? Moya? Why?
And it worked.
And it worked.
I love it. So we are talking about your industry trying to emerge from this crisis in one piece. And as a reporter, I can say that we have read the horror stories of what has happened to your industries by way of the statistics and the thousands of people that have been left without income and without jobs. But perhaps let's make it a bit personal. And I'd like a personal account from a few of you who are in the, or have skin in the game, as they say, as to how the pandemic affected your world personally. And Silo, can I begin with you, sir?
Wow, okay, thank you very much. It's a very difficult question because how do you come out of the COVID effects? And the thing is, to sit back and just moan about what we lost is not going to help us at all. All we've got to do now is how do we take the industry forward? How do we make the industry in such a way that it is not solely dependent on what is the presence of people and all that, because most of the spaces that were affected, or the aspect of the creative industry that was affected most was the theaters, because theaters are dependent on the audience. The music events, they are solely dependent on people coming together, you know. But I think as far as television was the one that actually just, you know, in the middle of what, level three, was it level 3? You know, the doors began to open and actors who were working in that space, you know, began to work. But actors who were working in the theater, it was a no-go area. And even now, we are just busy like teetering on the whole thing. So moaning about what happened will never help us. You know, it will be like crying over spilt milk. What we need is to take the industry forward. How do we make it in such a way that even
memory lane or go to the past a bit, just to see what we can learn.
Absolutely.
They say that the next crisis is around the corner. We don't know what it will look like. So I just want to learn, if you indulge me with your teaching, sir.
Okay. You mean you want to learn? Let me get the question again.
I'm saying we're just going to learn about the experience of the pandemic.
Yeah.
Such that we can use that learning and that experience to better position us for a perhaps less disrupted walk forward.
Absolutely, and you know, and that is not something. It's not a solution that will just come up, you know,
sure.
On the snap of a finger. It is something that is going to have to be tested, you know, and see how people react to it, you know, and like I think, you know, the way to go. I mean, even sometimes for live theater, and this we've seen, you know, during the hard lockdown, how people continued to perform, but performing in front of cameras, you know. So and somehow people digitally, you know, could connect and all that.
Yeah.
But the thing that we're going to have to, I guess, look into is actually just to make sure. And here, I think scientists are the ones, you know, that are going to have to come in and make sure that they come with the remedies for whatever diseases that. You know, that are hitting humanity. I mean, I remember one of the things that I had planned for, 2020,
sure.
was actually to do a performance of a play which was going to be centered around using the tourism industry. Because what I had done was I had observed how the tourists come to Soweto. I mean, they will go in all the, you know, heritage spaces, and they will come to Hector Peterson. And then after Hector Peterson, the audience, I mean, the tourists will actually have to go to Sakumzi, go and have a meal and, you know, and eat. And I'd planned to do a play on June 76, so that after they had actually enjoyed all the heritage sites and the history of the country, and then come and see a play, you know, that basically, you know, summarized the journey. And the play was basically going to be telling the story between 76 and 94, the uprising. So it was the uprising of June 76 and the uprising of the flag, which would have just, you know, covered the whole space.
Is it still
but
coming
because
out?
the tourist industry was affected, that couldn't happen.
Is it still coming out, though?
Well, it is, absolutely. Okay. It's still on the cards.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tabang, wonderful production. But of course, you couldn't do all of that, particularly at the onset of the pandemic, where your industry was considered a non-essential service. So we had to produce, or we had to consume some of your old content. But nonetheless, if you go back to what the past 20 months has taught you about your industry and where it's going, what kind of lessons can you share with us?
Thanks for the question. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Can I borrow your mic?
Is my mic on?
I think it's not.
One. I don't even know how to turn on a mic.
Yeah, I'm on.
It's on.
I don't remember experiencing this level of technical glitches that I've experienced in the past 20 months. But nonetheless, Tabang, as they fix your mic, maybe let's get to Kagiso, who I didn't introduce properly, but I'm blaming you for your forwardness.
I was quiet.
Yes. Before you answer the question, let's also take a look at some of your work, sir.
Oh.
They say, unlike a restaurant, life has a tendency of dishing out what you never ordered. That's where the expression life is unfair stems from. If I were to say life is unfair, it would be an understatement.
You've been yellow-boned.
If you want to kill yourself, you must do it alone.
I told Gogo I got a part-time job doing promotions over the weekends. Just like everyone who makes a deal with the devil, there is always a price to pay.
What are you doing as a school to prevent bullying?
To take it upon ourselves to conduct an internal investigation.
Hi, Wanaman.
Binana.
I love a person who claps for themselves.
Yeah. You did well in this pandemic.
Self-praise. Thabang, I see that you have got audio. So just, your reflections of the past 20 months, what it's taught you about your industry going forward.
Sure, I thought this mic wasn't working. So, if anything, it's taught me that the film industry is an essential service. I know we couldn't shoot for the first 4 to 5 weeks before we could commence production again. And I think that during the pandemic, it just taught us that as creators, producers, filmmakers, that content is needed. Films are needed, stories need to be told for people to actually make it through a very difficult time. The sense of escapism, the sense of stepping into someone else's world is such an essential service. So for me, if anything, the past 20 months has taught me that, or made me realize the importance of film and TV and any sort of entertainment.
You're right, and especially if you look at the results of Netflix in the past 20 months. They've shot through the roof as a result of all of us having the service and the comfort of consuming the content that some of you guys have produced at a time when we couldn't move around. Kagiso, you, sir, your lessons, your reflections.
My reflection is, in honesty, we came back from LA, and we had just won 10 international awards. And at that time, on the day we landed, the president shut down. So it was a bit of a shock for us. But for me, what I've learned is that as artists, we need to get out of our comfort zone. And most of the guys who really struggled are guys who were like comfortable with what I do, and I'm an actor, and I go to work, and this is what I do, and that's it. But what I've learned is that people now, as artists, we need to start diversifying, and not just be an actor, but be an actor and be a director.
Sure.
Be a writer. So I spent most of my time having to write, and we've got 4 projects. By the time things started easing out, we were in work mode, and this is the film that we shot, and we're going to cinema with it, and there's other productions that are there, So for me, I think that's the lesson that we have learned, is that, we need to start understanding ourselves as a business and not just as entertainers. We need to see how, other revenues of what we do, can be helpful to us. Find other paths. That's basically what I learned through this whole pandemic. And to agree with Thabang as well, to say when everything else was shutting down, our industry was still alive because people needed content. People needed to consume something. People needed a stress reliever, and most of the people were working from home. So this sector should have been one of the sectors where, should have been allowed to at least function, so that we could keep the people entertained, and we realized the importance of our sector and the messaging that's behind it. We've taken entertainment as just it's entertainment. But during COVID, we realized that we have an influence to millions and millions of people. We are able to drive a message to millions and millions of people, where there were women, who who were suffering from gender-based violence. And it was through our stories that we were able to have most of them would not have the opportunity to sit and digest and dissect, some of the ills that we are facing. And through film, we were able to do that. So congratulations to all the filmmakers who put out their stories out there.
You have to applaud now.
Yeah.
I saw you laughing in reflection, as you were reflecting rather about the lockdowns, and I just wanted to say the president is not in the room to hear you say that perhaps he didn't handle it properly, but you are on camera.
I am
yeah. So nonetheless, we are here to talk about positioning for a post-COVID-19 world. You are here to hear about the opportunities that the Gauteng Film Commission has in store for you, how they can assist you to continue to be relevant in your industry. And thus, like Utumeti, we've heard where we're coming from in the past 20 months with the personal accounts of the players in the game, as it were, but help us understand where we can go to, particularly as a province. As the Gauteng Film Commission, what is it that you guys are about, and how is it that you're looking to help the industry?
Thank you, Fifi. The Gauteng Film Commission is a funding and development agency, particularly in the audiovisual industry. Our role is to empower writers, producers, and directors in the type of films they shoot and ensure that we capacitate or even empower them to make international circuit. And fellow speakers have indicated that the COVID-19, part of the blessing, part of it, has shown us that this industry is essential and has really opened the eyes to other key players in the industry on the importance of it. Because, as other speakers have also indicated, that one of the key things that was keeping the country going was the entertainment. What was keeping professional goings was the entertainment. Having served as well as the chairperson of the COVID-19 Sports Adjudication Relief Program.
Sure.
I was in the sports, but I got an opportunity to see most of the applications from the arts industry. And you would see that the sector was highly impacted. Impacted because it thrives on face-to-face interaction.
Yes.
But what we also saw, interestingly enough, were platforms that were created at that particular time. Various filming that were taking place. It was interesting to notice some of the apps that started taking place where grandparents started reading stories to their children, and this was all videographed.
All right. Apologies. Apparently the weather. How Sello talk to it?
Please, Braselo.
We're Moya.
Moya.
Akuthule.
But apparently, this weather is disturbing the production and the conversation, and we have to all evacuate the premises. I think to be continued. A sequel is coming up, right? A sequel is coming up, but on safety, could we please leave the premises until the weather listens to Sil Lohle Batung?